do the pop out. Somebody there? Phone made a noise. Hello, Matt. Let's increase the size to 150%. Oh, too big. There we go. And drone shots. Yeah, I figured I'm going to try a casual stream using the Discord thing. So this is just going to be more casual. And if you guys want to actually talk, go to my Discord. Link is in the description. And click on the voice chat. Now, a couple important things. I'm going to be eating. I'm hungry. But if you're on a PC, you really do need to use a headset. Or you need to mute yourself and then unmute when you speak. However, if you have a phone that you can run Discord on, this usually works okay with phones because the phones have like noise cancellation built in, and the phone seems to be able to filter when you're talking and when other people are talking, so you don't get that feedback. But otherwise, you can join there. If you do decide to listen in on the Discord, turn the volume down on YouTube because they will be out of sync. But this way, people who just want to listen in and chat, or just listen in and nothing else, they can do that. And if you want to see what I'm doing, you can bring up the YouTube stream and see what I'm doing there. But right now, I'm hungry. I made some sandwiches this morning. I got some luncheon loaf, Spam, some beefsteak tomatoes, some romaine lettuce, some eggs, and some cheese. It's in the description. In the description of the video. Can I bring that up? How do I bring that up? Should be able to do this, then do this. And there's the Discord link. Okay, cancel. Back to 150%. Then I should be able to put that here like this. Paste. There we go. Can I move this? No, I can't. Okay. Hello, somebody's there. Matt. Oh, and Russian rye. It's so good. I got the tomatoes for free. I got the bread for free. The rest, Walmart. Are you there, Matt? Make sure you unmute yourself. Hello, Sun Turtle from Denmark. I don't know if you noticed, but I added the multicolor insert for the Denmark flag to the inserts for the lanterns. You're muted. I can see it on your icon here. You have a line through your microphone. Well, you have two problems. One, does your tablet have a microphone? Not all of them do. If it can record video, it probably has a microphone. But otherwise, at the bottom of your screen, you should have some icons. Video, mic, chat, the little game controller, and then the red hang-up symbol. You should be able to tap the microphone, which is... It won't unmute. Oh, that's interesting. Make sure you give Discord app permission to use the microphone. You may have skipped that part. So go back out to your home screen, press and hold on the Discord icon, and you'll see an option that says app info, or it might be a circle with an exclamation point. And then go to permissions and make sure it has permissions to use audio, because that is the permission you have to grant. If you skip that at some point for some reason, then you have to grant it permission to use the microphone. First question for you guys. Is any other 3D printing YouTuber doing a stream today? Because I don't want to step on somebody else's toes. You know, there's not enough of us to split like that. Like, I won't do a mid-Sunday stream because that's when DeWitt does his stream. I won't do a Saturday one because somebody else does it. Oh. Just make sure if you're on PC, you mute yourself and unmute when you want to talk, or put on a headset. If you use a phone, the noise cancellation that's built into phones seems to handle that fine. Now, of course, if you're listening on Discord, mute YouTube, because the two will be out of sync. I don't think so. This is just a casual. I'm really excited about the new printer I got. I was able to make the trade yesterday in Rio Rancho. So I now have a Neptune 4 Max. I haven't brought it inside yet. It's still inside the car. It's so big it didn't even fit inside my Kia Soul. I had to turn it sideways to get it in the hatch. Yep, he did a straight swap. I traded him my little Core XY machine and a roll of filament for the Neptune 4 Max. Cost me 4 gallons of gas. That hurts a little bit, but worth it. I love making egg sandwiches. For those that just jumped in, Russian rye, Spam, luncheon loaf, beefsteak tomatoes, shredded Fiesta cheese, romaine hearts of lettuce, and of course olive oil mayo. Mike is sending me 3 printers, 2 Neptune 3s and a Neptune 4, which means I'll have 2 3s and 2 4s. I also have my Chiron, and if I ever manage to get them out of the bus and set up, hey Cassandra, I have a CR10 S4 and a CR10 S5. That means I will have 7 printers capable of printing 400 by 400. Now, I got to be careful because I can't afford the electricity to run that many printers. Also, that circuit in there is not going to handle that many printers. I'm not even sure if it'll handle 4. It'll be tight. What I'm going to have to do eventually is do a home run. Run 2 20 amp 12 gauge lines down the house to 2 dedicated outlets on my back wall there. I don't need new circuit breakers. I could just junction them into my 2 utility room breakers because those are very rarely used. And but that'll give me 2 dedicated 20 amp circuits, which will be enough to run like 8 printers. The problem is I can't afford the electricity to run 8 printers. So in the beginning, I'll have to be really judicious with my usage of it. But hopefully if I start doing better, I can afford the money, then I can start I could do projects where I can print 8 pieces all at once, which will greatly speed up how long it takes to print a project. If you can't do faster, do more. So I could literally have one printer printing the top, one printer printing the bottom, one printer printing the lens, and one printer printing the mount, and one printer printing the other mount. So I'll be able to print the whole thing in one day. Same thing with the rockets. They'll 3 of them will have a 500mm build volume. 3 of them will have a 450mm build volume, and that'll allow me to print 5 pieces of a rocket all at once. Well, it can be the solution, but when you're talking about large format printers and PETG printing temperatures, meaning you need to bed at 80 degrees, the electricity consumption goes up really, really fast. Like a CR10 size, like my Chiron, that would be about $35 a month just for that one printer if I were to run it 24/7. It's never truly going to run 24/7. You figure it's going to be 25 bucks. So if I run 4 of them, that's $100. Oh, did you 12 kilowatts? That would be a lot. One of the really annoying, let me show you how annoying this is. This is how annoying this is. If I had the money, well, okay, first of all, there's a lot more to solar than just the panels, but they are the biggest expense next to batteries. Hang on. Facebook. And again, for those joining in, the Discord is available so we can voice chat. Just remember to watch for crosstalk. Ooh. That's nice. They don't normally go that cheap. A 2-foot by 5-foot stainless table for 50 bucks? I'll save that. It'll probably be gone long before I have the money, but that's not a bad deal. Let's see. Let's find it. Ooh, I-beams. Those can come in handy. That's a cool boat. I love that, the little multi-hull. But there's no place for me to use a boat. What's this? Oh, that's a Pro. Okay. That's not a Max. And the guy I got the printer from, yeah, I still have that out there. Those metal top tables are great. Okay. It's just a Neptune 4 Pro. Oh man, I found something so neat on Facebook. I almost asked my brother to borrow the money to buy it. It's a combo washer dryer that uses a condenser to dry the clothes. So it only takes 110 volts. It doesn't need 240 volts. So substantially less power. And of course, I found out I can't use it. Hard water will destroy the condenser system. It's like, really? Really? Wow. God damn. That's a pretty nice range top for that price. I wonder if it's propane or if it's natural gas. Although usually you can adapt them. Wow. Save that too. I probably can't afford that, but still, that's interesting. Oh, nice. NES style color scheme. Let's see. It'll pop up eventually. That's a cool wood stove. Hummer! Come on, where are they? I guess I have to search. Time warp? No. So look at this. 40 265-watt panels for $1,000. Wow. Let's do the math on that. 1,000 divided by 40. That's 25 goddamn dollars a panel. Oh, that hurts so much. Even if you only got 200 watts out of each panel, you're probably going to get more than that. That's 40 times 0.2. That's 8 kilowatts of solar panels. Between 8 and 10 kilowatts of solar panels for $1,000. Ugh. If you have the money, you can get panels cheap. But of course, to get that price, you got to buy them all. Where's he at? Oh, and he's in Edgewood, too. He's right here in freaking Edgewood. Urgh. Let's see. There was another one that was pretty good, too. I'm thinking about, if it's still available, trying to grab this. It's a single 300-watt panel. But it's only $50. That's a really good deal for a 300-watt panel. There was another one, too. That's the cheapest. $25 a piece is the cheapest. But there was another one that was $35. Well, there is no get a proper system. That's just not going to happen. I would have to quadruple my income to even think about getting a proper system. I'm going to have to hack a system together. And I have to create my own microgrid because utility buyback just doesn't make sense unless you have like 20 kilowatts of panels. Because you're here in oh wow. How do you work with other YouTubers? I've never figured out how to do that. I suspect it's just I'm not big enough to get anybody's attention. But yeah, I'd love to do collabs. Oh, I just got an email. I don't know if it's a scam or if it's just some BS. But have you guys ever heard of Kate from Pricey Influencer? She said she's working with Anycubic, so I said, hey, I'd love a Cobra 3 Max combo. And she wants to know what my rates are. I was like, no rates. I don't charge anything. Just send me the printer. Kate Pricey Influencer. Oh, she exists. No, that's Kate Price. I don't know if that's the same person. Social media influencer. I don't know if this is the same person. No, this is Kate William. Kate William. Okay, that's not going to work. We got to put this in quotes because it thinks I'm talking about two different people. Oh, she doesn't exist online, at least not using that name. If she was a big name, she would pop up in a Google search. Yes. Yeah, but the problem is those rebates have very specific conditions that go with them, and I can't afford those conditions. Like it has to be a certain type of system. You got to spend a certain amount of money. Um, and I have no money. I'm poor. I just got my Amazon today, $125, and I just spent 124 of it to pay my electric bill. So there's that. Let's see. Let's see. They don't do much in the way of net metering because there's no carryover. You can't carry over your excess power to the next month, which means you have to size your solar system for the worst month of the year, not the best month of the year. Which means I need an oversized solar system in order to render my electric bill close to zero. And even then, your electricity rebate from the solar never takes away the $25 monthly fee. So you're also still paying that. And battery bank, just forget it. I can't afford that. They're not going to let me just buy a couple batteries and give me a rebate. They're going to want a professional install, all hooked up with net metering, and you're talking tens of thousands of dollars. I don't have it. Even if I had cash, which I don't, it would be about $19,000 for a 12 kilowatt solar system. And even if I could get half of that back, I don't have $10,000. I mean, that's a pipe dream. If I had $10,000, I'd be looking to buy a new car, not put solar on my house. Because you'd be surprised how cheap you can get even a relatively new electric car. Look at this. This blew me away. Come on. I was really surprised by this. Here we go. That is a twin. Why is it all the way down here? That's annoying. That's an S. You don't want the S. Here's a 17 SL for $7,100. That's a year newer than what I have, but it's got more miles. I wish I can get a Nissan Leaf in this color. I love the what do they call it? Monarch orange. This made me curious, but it's a 2013. Who is that? Let me copy that. Copy. Is he a YouTuber? Look at this. Here's a that's a Nissan S. We don't want that. Here's a 2019 Leaf for 14,000. You definitely don't want the older Leafs because they have the old bad batteries. This is what I used to have. I used to have this is wrong. There's no such thing as a 2008 Leaf. That's an 11 or a 12. But I had this car. I had the 12. It got rear-ended. I love that red. Here's a 2024 Leaf SV for 19,000. So they're getting much cheaper now. And that's going to have a 40 kilowatt battery in it, which means I'll be able to drive basically anywhere. I can drive all over Albuquerque, Rio Rancho, wherever I want in that car. But I ain't got $20,000. Even if I sold my Leaf, my pickup truck, and my bus, I'd get about half that. So where is the rebates? Energy-wise? Nope. How about we do CNMEC rebates? Here we go. So for example, here's the electric heat pump rebate. There's no gallon capacity, it's electric. What the hell? Oh, heat pump water heater. So it's $350. Okay. I'll definitely contact them. So I would love to get one of these because not only does it use a whole lot less electricity, but most of these heat pump water heaters, you can you can put them in eco mode. So these heat pump water heaters have both the heat pump function and they also have elements inside, like a traditional heater. So when you need more power, you can get it. Wait a minute. So, and you can do it over and over again? It's not just a one-time use thing? Do you know how many batteries I have? I have a lot of batteries. um, I want one of these. I want one of these hybrid heat pumps because not only it's better for hot water with hard water because you can turn off the heating element and just use the heat pump function. And now it's indirect heating, so you're not going to get the calcification that you do with a traditional heater. And it also does double duty. It's a heat pump, so it's generating both cold and hot. If you do it correctly, in the summertime, you can funnel the cold into the house. You can I can always make a receipt because most of these things I bought 4 or 5 years ago. The You could funnel the cold air in the house in the summer and funnel the cold air outside the house in the winter. So it also reduces your cooling costs because it's basically a little air conditioner while also reducing how much money you spend for heating water. So this would be great, but it's only $350. What is a hybrid? And you have to buy it new. You can't buy it old. Battery power? Well, let's find out. Hang on, let me switch screens so I don't dox myself. All right. I might as well pay my bill on here. Well, it's not due yet, so I don't do that yet. Hang on. Where is my current bill? Here we go. All right, so in September, I used 1,026 kilowatt hours. Looks like that's a pretty good average too. Only 2 months went over that. That's January and February, where I got more like 1,200 kilowatts and more like 1,800 kilowatts, and that's because of heating. But October, November, I used next to nothing. April, May, June, I use next to nothing. We're talking less than 800 kilowatts. So an average of probably 1100 kilowatts would be pretty good. Let's see. So 1100 divided by 30. So that's 37 kilowatt hours a day. If we divide that by 2, 18 kilowatt hour battery pack would probably be enough for 75% of the year. And my highest month was about, I'm going to guess 1600. 1600 divided by 30, that's 48 kilowatt hours. 48 divided by 2, 24 kilowatt hours, basically a Nissan Leaf battery, would get me pretty much 100% of the year. And this is assuming I have enough solar power to both provide for the house's needs and recharge the battery before nightfall. So somewhere between 18 and 24 kilowatt hours. So probably a 20 kilowatt hour battery. That's a pretty decent amount of power. Let me check out this heater. Let's see, hybrid water heater. Here we go. Yeah, this is about what I thought. $1,800 for a 50-gallon hybrid heat pump water heater, which means I would have to come up with $1,500, and they won't just let me buy it, so I can't buy a used one. Holy crap! That's a lot of juice. Is that lead acid or iron phosphate? Wow. Well, I use very little because I have to. I can't afford the electric bill. Wow. Dude. You be using the juice. Well, that's not quite how that works. In quantity, you get it for that price. But like, for example, if I were to buy it piecemeal on Amazon, so 300 IFEP4. All right, so here is a 10 of these would be 38 kilowatts, so I need half that. I need 5 of these. So yeah, that's about right. So 5 of these theoretically would provide enough power. Who joined in? Stop changing. Bugman, Bug'em. Why don't I hear anybody talking? Is it just not working? Oh, just nobody's been here. Okay. I haven't been able to find them used unless there's a way to get them used. Woo! Yeah, I bet that was quite the project. And then most of the manufacturers don't want to ground mount solar panels, and I insist on ground mounting because I'm not going to fuck up my roof with solar panels. That's just too expensive. I want them on. I've almost 1.5 acres. I got plenty of land. You can also use the carports and the shipping containers and mount solar panels to that. But even this is not too bad. That's 3.8 kilowatts in that battery. Let's just go for the let's go for a reserve. Let's say 30 kilowatt hours divided by 3.8. So I would need 8 batteries. That's only $2,400, even buying from Amazon. So used wholesaler would be even cheaper. I can't though. I don't got the money. Like literally. Here, let me show you. I want to show you how this works. Okay. This is not your guys' problem. This is my problem. I screwed up. I know this is something I got to fix. And I'm trying. I'm working on it. But here, I just got my Amazon payment today. It's $125. That's what that's my income this week, and I'll get another 140 from Patreon. So that's, I'm making about $300 a month. Okay. Here's my electric bill. There's my electric bill. Okay. So take a guess where that $125 is going. It's going right to CNMEC because they don't give you much slack. The advantage of doing this is I could buy one at a time. I could buy one, and then 2 months from now, I could buy a second one. That's the advantage. The problem is, I don't hate money. I hate sub living wage income. That one's $284. It's amazing how much these are coming down in price. These were so much more money just a few years ago. There's a 4 amp. That's 350 for 4 amp for 4 kilowatt hours. I'd only need 6 of them. That's $2,000. I can have a 24 kilowatt battery pack. Wow. See, if I had the money, I mean, if I genuinely had the money, this is what I would love to do. Well, I guess the easiest thing to do would be to buy a leaf. That would be the easiest thing to do. Find one of these dirt. I would definitely want an SV because I want that Bose sound system and I want that entertainment system. But get an older SV model, like like one of these here. Like that blue would be beautiful. Those wheels, I think that means that's an SV. It doesn't say. Yes, this is the SV. It's got the larger screen entertainment system here. Cadoodle? No, what's Cadoodle? But you buy my dream would be to buy like this. Buy this that's an SL. Ooh. Wow. See the fog lights? That's a feature that comes with what seats? If it's leather, no, it's cloth seats. So this is an SV plus. Okay. So this is, I believe this is an SV plus. No, communism doesn't work. The very concept of communism is fundamentally incompatible with human psychology. It can never work. If you created a country, a society, and you created the perfect communist society, and this was like the Truman Show, where you get to put everything into place, and then you just press the start button, your society would begin to fall apart before you finished releasing the button. Because human psychology is people are going to try to get ahead. Most of us would be perfectly happy to live decent lives, but not all of us. And the system would begin to break down. Maybe in a few thousand years, when our neurology has changed a bit, maybe that'll be possible. But in the meantime, the only current system that is really viable is capitalism. The system we should be striving for is a capitalist socialism. That's what we should be striving for. But a true socialist system that's actually fair to everybody, the only way to have that is to have Star Trek. You need free energy, or energy that is so cheap that it's effectively free, and you need matter replication. I mean, we have the beginnings of that with 3D printing. You know, that gives us the beginning of it. But it's not enough, because we can't print everything. I don't know what that word means. What's metathetic? Metathetic. What's that? Yes, it does. It absolutely does. Because somebody has to work in order to make something. One way or another, somebody has to perform labor. And that person has to be compensated for that labor. Ultimately, the only thing that has any real value is labor. Labor is the most valuable commodity on the planet. Which is why feudalism works to downgrade the meta psychological concept of labor as the least important thing, because these people understand that labor is the only thing that has any value. Yeah, this is an SV Plus. That's the switches to turn on the seat heater. That's for the back seats. That's your seat heater. This is beautiful. Oh my God. You see, if I had the money, interest is called usury. And most religions used to ban usury because most of these faiths originally recognized that usury was bad. Once they became religions, they stopped caring about usury because they wanted money too. um, if I had the money, I would buy this car right here, this Nissan Leaf. I would take out the back seats and turn it into like a little micro minivan kind of thing, you know, just a cargo area in the back. And I would fill the back of that fucking car with these. Okay? That's what I would do. The problem is, I would need somebody who could adapt the output from my battery pack to the car. So that the car would run off of that battery. So, I believe it's 380 volts. 380 divided by 12.8. I would need 30 batteries. Hey Logan, what's up? I'm on a stream. A casual stream for Thursday. Alright. Okay. Bye. Now that might actually be a problem. I probably couldn't use 300 amp hour batteries. That's too much. But I need 30 batteries. And I want 40 kilowatt hours. So 40 divided by 30. So I need 1.3. So I need 1,300 watt hour batteries. So 100 amp hours would do that. 0.8 times 100. Yes. So I would need 30 100 amp hour lithium iron phosphate batteries. Which means I would need 30 of these. They're about $100 a pop. So $3,000. So $3,000 would get me 30 of these batteries, and that would be enough power to drive that car anywhere I want. I wouldn't be able to use the DC fast charging because the BMSs in these things couldn't handle that. I don't think they could. But yeah, that would be my dream state. Is worth checking out. Gives you a bit more control over your data if Autodesk ever decides to change Tinkercad. Oh, Cadoodle, CAD Doodle. CADOODLE. Cadoodle. Free, open source, local alternative. Interesting. And it works like Tinkercad? Because I would kill for an offline Tinkercad, a true offline Tinkercad. Not what I wanted to do. Where is a link to it? Interesting. So how do I find it? So let's do Cadoodle CAD. Windows. Standalone EXE. That's even better. I'll give that a shot. Hell yeah. FreeCAD is supposed to be a pretty good one too. So, you know, even though they're offering $350 for the hybrid water heater, it doesn't matter because I don't have $1,500 to pay the rest. What else do they have? You said rechargeable batteries. Nope, this is not what I want. Reopen. Where is it? Did I close it? Okay, CNMEC rebates. Okay. Oh, is this what the rechargeable batteries for? Electric outdoor equipment rebate? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, but you only get 50% of the cost up to $25. So you only get $12.50 a year? How does that work, Sandra? Oh, no. 50% of cost up to $25. So that means you could spend up to $50 and you get 25 back. Okay. Ah. See, retro and do-it-yourself not included. I'm not updating to 11. No way. No way. The sole purpose of 11 is to override our control of Windows 10. That's the sole purpose. Fuck them. My conditions for Windows 11 are the same as my conditions for Windows 10. I'm not touching it until someone has vivisected, lobotomized, and dissected it. Laid it open. So that I can take over complete control of my property. Nuh-uh. 11 is bad news. You're waiting on what? Well, hopefully, Democrats will take over again in 3 years and they'll bring it back. I bet. Really? I'll wait until Windows 11 is lobotomized completely. When it has no capacity to phone home or to force any update on me at all. I don't need updates. What about malware? I have the best malware protection available. This. I use my goddamn brain. Yes, I understand that's not for everybody. But it's really pissing me off how they're pushing to take control of our hardware. It's my property. It's not theirs. Oh, interesting. That might be something. You can't use the hybrid heat pump dryer. You can't use that here in the mountains. Well, I guess if you have a water softener connected to it. And now there's noise going about that Google wants to prevent side loading. Fuck you. It's my goddamn property. Man, that sandwich was good. Now, this is interesting. No, the software is my property. It's mine. I own it. The courts say it's a license. I don't care what the courts say. It's my property. Period. I do not acknowledge licenses for software in this context. As far as I'm concerned, sorry, a software license, it doesn't matter. It's mine. It's my property. And I did buy it. I paid $200 for this phone. I bought it. Well, that doesn't include the software. Yes, it does. I told you it does. That's not negotiable. And that's what people need to start doing. They need to make it clear, this is not negotiable. I own that. Now, I don't own the intellectual property rights to it, so I can't just go giving it to somebody else. But that's mine. The software is part of the hardware. This is not negotiable, Shadunk. It's not negotiable. You can't win this. Call it cognitive dissonance. I am not going to accept any other outcome. I own this copy of Windows 10. I don't own Windows 10. I own this copy. It's my property. It's not a license. As far as I'm concerned, the license only applies when I deal with other people. If I were to share this, now the license terms apply as far as I'm concerned. But as far as I'm concerned, my own personal usage, meaning what I do in my own home with my own equipment, it's my property. I do not accept any other condition. It's that simple. No other condition is acceptable to me. It's a concept that has existed for millennia. We just never verbalized it because it was always so obvious. There are two levels of rights to this. You have IPR, which is intellectual property rights, and you have PPR, which is personal property rights. This is where the concept of possession is 9/10 the law comes from. Rights are derived from ownership of property. If you do not own the property, you do not have the right. The reason I have the right to tell you to get off my lawn is because I own the property. Technically, I don't. Technically, the state owns the property, which is something else I object to, but there's not much I can do about that. The reason they are attempting to deprive us of rights, of ownership, is because by depriving us of ownership, they deprive us of rights. I mean, look what's going on. I mean, what does, look how much the software, wow, my eyes are really blue today. Wow. I bought the hardware. I bought the software. I didn't rent it. I didn't license it. Yes, the courts are going to say I did. I don't care. What I care about is phone home and forced updates. I must be master. This is my property. I own this. I control it. If I don't control it, I don't want it. And people need to take back their property rights. Me owning this property does not infringe on their intellectual property. Reality is whatever the hell we make of it. This is a construct. This is not something that evolved in nature. We made this. This is something mankind made up. Therefore, it is a reality that we define. And the population needs to take back their property rights. There are plenty of ways to defang this kind of thing. You simply render their asserted legal rights moot. If one person does something they're not supposed to do, I can never afford a Tesla. And I do have some pretty big problems with some of the things that Tesla does. I have some pretty serious problems with some of the things that Tesla does. And it's a moot point anyway. I can't afford one. You don't understand. First of all, no, you don't agree to the terms. When someone puts a gun to your head, there's no agreement in place there. Okay? As far as I'm concerned, an agreement requires a what do they call that in contract law? A meeting of the mind. Okay? A contract requires a meeting of the mind on equal footing. Okay? So when you agree to something, it is only an agreement if you have the option, and that means viable option, reasonable option to say no. To give you an because the first thing you're going to say is, well, you could say no. No, you can't. Because you can't have this phone and say no. Okay? Let me give you an example of what I mean by this. By your logic, if we extend your logic to its inevitable end conclusion, and I understand that this is the way the courts want things to work and the way businesses want things to work, I'm saying we say no. We say, fuck you. If enough people say no and fuck you, well, guess what rules? Might rules. And if enough people say no, then that becomes reality. That becomes the law. I come up to you in a dark alley. I'm bigger than you. I'm faster than you. I'm smarter than you. I'm stronger than you. And I get the drop on you. I have a gun. You don't. And I say, give me your wallet. What do you do? Well, if you are 99.999% of humanity, you say, yes, sir, here's my wallet. So I can't go to jail, right? I mean, you agreed. I mean, what did you say? You agreed to their terms when you use it. You agreed to my terms. I demanded your wallet. You gave it to me. You agreed. That's your logic. Okay? Oh, but you were coerced. No, that's not how it works. You don't get to set terms. You don't get to set conditions. You either had a free choice or you did not. If you do not have the option to say no without negative consequences, then you are not making a free choice. Again, if you do not have the option to say no without negative consequences, then it's not a free choice. All right? The negative consequences is you get no smartphone. That's a pretty damned big negative consequence. It's not life killing. You're not going to die. But that's not the metric here. The metric here is no negative consequences. That's what a meeting of the minds means. A contract is supposed to be a meeting of the minds. A license is not a contract. It's not an agreement. It's an ultimatum. It's a set of terms. That does not require a meeting of the minds. But they don't want to call it that. Okay? They want to call it a license, an agreement. You chose this. No, you didn't. You did not choose this. You got no input. You got no negotiation. You couldn't alter any of the terms. You couldn't discuss any of the terms. It's an ultimatum. Take it or leave it. That is not an agreement. I'm not saying it can't be legal. So should Copilot on Tesla be free for the owner? If it's already part of the car and it does not require an external service, yes. Because it means you already paid for it. Now, for example, let me give you an example that's closer to home. Bamboo Labs. And Bamboo Labs having a problem with the way people are using their cloud service. And so they're cracking down and restricting who and what can use their cloud service. That pissed a lot of people off. I agree with Bamboo. That cloud service is fucking expensive, and they're giving it to you for free. They have a right to say how it can be used. The problem here is not them restricting their cloud service. That's their right. It's their service. They're paying for it. The problem here is they intentionally made the printer dependent on the cloud service. So the correct solution is not to yell at Bamboo and say, we should be able to do whatever we want with your cloud service that you're paying $20,000 a month for, or more. Was it $20,000 a month or $20,000 a day? It was probably a month. What the 3D printing community should be doing is demanding that Bamboo provide a local server option, so that now you're using your own cloud resources and not Bamboo's. And now the excuse, this is costing us a lot of money, goes out the window. You see what I mean? That's another issue altogether. If I buy a brand new high-end, 6040 Ti NVIDIA graphics card, it doesn't work with this computer. I don't have any right to force them to make it work with this computer. So that's a different thing. But if you already paid for what's in the car, that you should be able to use what's in the car, and Tesla should have no say. If you sell that car to somebody else, Tesla should have no right to restrict it to just that one person. You sell the car, the full self-driving goes with it. Now, updates, that's a different thing. First of all, we're talking about driving cars. So if the update is a safety or reliability issue, we should create a legal framework that mandates that Tesla must provide that update, and they must provide it for free. However, if it's a feature of, and that's only because the government has a constitutional mandate to provide for the common good. And one of those things is making sure people don't die on our highways. Okay? So that's a valid safety issue. But as far as feature updates, we figured out how to make the car come to you. When you can call the car to you. Like you're standing in front of the store and you just want the car to drive itself to you. That wasn't there before. Let's say that wasn't there before. And now they've figured out how to do that in software. Okay, they can charge for that. That's something you did not have, that you did not buy, and now they're going to offer to you. Your hardware is capable of doing it. You just need an update. Okay, charge for that. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't have any right to that. The problem is, these companies are trying to strip us of our property rights, and they're succeeding. And they're trying to switch to a subscription model. Well, these things aren't worth that. Like I showed you, $8,000 for AI access? That's not worth $8,000. Not as a consumer. I mean, maybe as a professional that's worth it, but not as a consumer. You're crazy to pay $8,000 for that. It's too much money. Oh, it's only $12.95 a month. No, it's not. It's $12.95 a month times 12 times your projected lifespan that you're going to use it. That's how much it costs. Because that's what it costs when I buy a CD. I pay for the disc, and I have it for as long as I want to. I'm still using my legally purchased copy of Photoshop 7, and now I have a legally purchased copy of Photoshop 9. That's what CS2 is. I purchased that. It's mine. It's not a license. I own it. It's my property. Here's the problem. The original I bought this. Not that. This. Okay? Does anyone here question that I own this? That this is my property to do with as I please? I can burn it. I can color it in. I can cut it up and create a scrapbook with it. I could do any fucking thing I want. This is my property. I own this. That includes all these words inside. I own this. This is my property. It's not licensed. I own it. Now, if I build something similar and I want to sell that product and I want to make copies of this, I can make as many copies of this as I want. If I want to make 10 copies, 10,000 copies, 10 million copies, if I want to tell my computer to create a correlative loop and says, copy this until your brain cells in your fucking transistors die. Make me 2 billion copies of this. That's my right. It's my property. However, the moment I attempt to give this property to someone else, my property rights do not extend to their intellectual property rights. That's the dividing line. When it leaves my hands and goes into your hands, now I'm accessing intellectual property rights that I don't own. We call that copyright infringement or trademark infringement or whatever else, counterfeiting products, okay? You can make a counterfeit product anytime you want. If you want to make yourself a Gucci handbag, go for it. It's not illegal. You can make yourself anything you want. But the moment you try to pass that bag off to someone else and say, oh, that's a Gucci bag, now you're not violating property rights. You're violating intellectual property rights because Gucci owns that. And the same thing does apply. You buy a book, you own the book. When I sell the book, I can give you all my copies as long as I give you everything with it. The proper way to think of it is any derivatives that you make with this are part of it. So if I sell this, then I got to give you the derivatives or destroy the derivatives. Okay. The problem now is we are separating the physical from the intellectual because it's now digital data. And they now have a way of enforcing a rental type model. And that's why they're doing it. There's even been stories of Adobe refusing to allow people to move their lawfully purchased license for Adobe Suite to a new computer, saying, oh, you have to upgrade to the Adobe Cloud because they want you renting. They don't want you using what you already paid for. That's theft. That's illegal. They're violating their contract. Is it fair that super corporation can own the world? Yes and no. It's fair because they own it. It's unfair because we should not have allowed them to get to such a point where they could. That's our failure. And now we're going to be required to do something dirty. We're going to be required to take something that somebody lawfully owns away from them. And it's our fault for letting it get to that point. We should never have allowed them to get that powerful. So the original cars, they sold them a bill of goods. The first thing I'm going to print is probably the welcome sign. Let's get off this borderline political discussion and let's get into 3D printing. See, that's why I love 3D printing, because 3D printing allows us to take back ownership of our lives because we can now make stuff. That's one of the reasons why I try. But, well, first of all, it's like, why do you climb a mountain? Because it's there. It's fun. There's no real reason. I just want to. The 3D printing and in simple CAD software, like Tinkercad and Fusion and Onshape and Cadoodle, with some basic learning. Hey, SBC. Now remember, if you guys just want to listen, I'm broadcasting on Discord. And if you want to talk back, you can join the Discord channel. Link is in the description. This is just a casual stream. We're just going to talk. We're going to play with models. I'm going to continue working on that puzzle sign because I'm really excited about it now. Let me close some of these windows. Oh, let me give you guys the link to that since I found it. Here is the link for the Cadoodle program. I have not used it yet, but I'm excited to try it. Okay. Did I close my live window? I think I did. Yeah, okay, good. I guess I don't have to leave it open, do I? I guess I don't have to leave this window open, so I'll close it. All right, I'll save resources. But man, if I had the money to, buy one of these older cars, one of the top of the line models, especially because they had them in brighter colors back then, and this car's only got 58,000 miles on it, so the body is in pretty good shape. Although, no, I don't want this old one because this old one has a resistance heater. You need at least 16 or newer because that has the heat pump. Yeah. One of the problems I had with my original Leaf was it was a pig for power when you turn the heater on. Huh. They also, another one that I want is this one. It's not this one here. This is the wrong model, but Nissan has like a little van. This is a big one. This is a 2500. But I think it's an NV100 or something like that. And they have an electric version. It's basically a Nissan Leaf van. That's cool. But can't believe you can get a Leaf S with for $15,000, only 16,000 miles on it. Wow. Oh no, it's $23,000. Liars. Rebates don't count unless I get them at the signing. That's a pity. Ooh, I like the two-tone seats. Yeah, it's just a pipe dream. Okay, so. Oh, I closed all my windows, didn't I? Let's do. I think I figured out what I need to do. Nope. Where's the one I used yesterday? Oh, here it is. Is it this one? Or is it this one? Ooh. Hexagon puzzle pieces. Oh, it's this one right here. Okay. So we want 570 by 1800. And we want 3 by 9. Good. What's the jitter do again? No, we don't want that. Yeah, that's what we want. 20% overlap. Download SVG. Load SVG. Take a screenshot. Say full page. download. Okay, let's try to do 2 pieces and see how it comes out. Okay, first things first, we need to get our scaling. Gotta do this right. Okay. Oh, screen share? Sorry. Nope. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Photoshop is broken in that regard. I wonder why it's broken like that. It's really weird. Just remember, if you're listening in Discord, you're going to want to mute YouTube. Otherwise, it's going to get real funky. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. This pops up every time. I can't stop it. Okay. Downloads. So, puzzle. OG. Original. Image size. Okay. I want percent for this one. Oh, wait a minute. I can't do that. So if I do 570 and then change the percent, I need to know what the percentage is. Come on, work with me here. Image size 0. Can I change this one to percent? Yes. Okay, so we got to go to 21.17%. Okay. Do I have a pen handy? Nope, I don't. Wait a minute. What if I just scale this properly? So what? Let's do this. Image size. What if I do percent? 21.17. Finish. Image size. No. Now that I know the percentage, I got to go back to the original size. Image size. Then do this one at 21. 21.17. That's just going to take me to 570. Isn't it? Yeah. So 21. The problem is it's too big. I want to make the original smaller. Oh, can I do this? Oh, okay, here we go. I need to make it 201 by 635. That's what I need to do. Okay. Jigsaw. Where's the one I was using? What the hell? Is this one? Yeah. So 3 by 9, 635 by 201. 201.8. that should get me pretty darn close. It's not quite what I wanted, but it's okay. I know how to fix that. All right, now we bring this into Photoshop. It's not going to work because I did that. It's some dummy. Trying to reduce my workload. Okay. Now we crop. Image. It's still too big. But it's a lot. Is that bigger than it was before? No, it's closer. It's closer. I'll be able to import that into Tinkercad. Okay. And now if we change this to 570, change this to percent, I need to make it 59.6% smaller after I bring it into Tinkercad. But this will make the scaling more manageable. What was that?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, it's from Denmark.
Say that again?
I'm son to Denmark.
You're coming in like muffled.
What?
You're coming in muffled.
Okay, so it's maybe a bad mic.
Okay. What's up?
Yeah, and yeah, I was thinking about making some camping gear tonight on the 3D printer.
Uh-huh.
Like you know, when you have your luggage to organize it, it could be cool if you had like small plate where you had like you had pants, there would be pants on it or something like that.
Uh-huh. Pins are pretty hard for 3D prints. They don't tend to be very strong.
No, it's like yeah, sorry, I'm from Denmark, you know.
Yeah.
English is not our main language, so and I can try to find some place where I can translate it.
Well, you speak 2, I speak 1, so you're already ahead of me. So what are you trying to make? You said for camping, right?
Yeah, for like if you have your stuff in the bag, I usually put it in dry bags, so you have like the t-shirt in a dry bag, and you have your pants, and you have your undergarments and stuff like that.
Yep.
So I was thinking putting a string on the bag, and on the end of the string there was like a label. It could be a color and a shape, so if you feel it, you can just take it, you know, because you have this thing.
Oh, so you want to be able to identify a bag by touch.
Yeah, or by looking at the color of the label.
Okay, well, something you could do that too. You can have there's already a piece of webbing on there. When you fold down the opening of the bag and then you clip it, you can easily make a loop on paracord that would attach to that, and then you just print yourself a medallion.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can make it your own custom color and your own custom logo. And you can also glue that right to the bag itself too, so you could just touch it and feel it, depending on how they're stored and whatnot.
But it's because I use it when I do kayak.
Yep.
And it would actually be much smarter if you had the string,
because
it's a long room, a small long room, and you have to have small bags that you put like really tight in, you know.
Oh, because you're sticking them inside the kayak storage area.
You can just pull them out when you're packing.
Okay. Two things I would do is I would use pretty thick string so that they don't get all tangled up. But yeah, just make yourself a really beefy medallion. You know, I would not make it like a keychain where it's like a medallion with a loop on the end. I would actually integrate a hole in the medallion itself so it's durable. But yeah, you just use different shapes and different colors. So one could be a triangle, one could be a hexagon, one could be a circle, one could be a square, and even a rectangle. You'll be able to feel the difference between rectangle and square pretty easily. So there's 4 or 5 shapes right there, so you can identify 4 or 5 different bags.
Yeah, and just then I would just like draw a small drawing where you had like a T-shirt and convert it to STL.
Yep, that'd be easy to do.
Just print it like with one layer would be like black, then you can see it.
And the finding images to do exactly what I'm going to do today, the process I'm using is the same process you can use. Just do a search for clip art. So do a search.
When I find pictures, normally I'm not that good to computer. When there is sometimes they put these watermarks in them, so you can't just take it.
The watermarks don't matter for what you're going to do with it. Are you watching my video now?
I am.
Good. Let me show you what you do. You're going to love how easy this is. So let's say we're going to do the t-shirt one. Okay. So I'm going to type in shirt clip art. The reason you want clip art is because it gives you these solid color images that are very easy to print. Okay. So here we go. There's the perfect one right there. That's the shape of a shirt. So there we go. I'm going to grab this, save image as, and it is already a PNG. If it doesn't allow you to right click and save it, try right click and open image in new tab, and that'll do this. And if that doesn't work, install a plugin. Like I have a plugin called Screenshot. I click take screenshot, and all I do is put a square around what I want to grab and click download. Basically, if you can see it, you can download it, and there's nothing they can do about it. If it has a watermark on it, trust me, that doesn't matter.
But shouldn't it, can you make it so just the lines and not the color?
If you want to, yes. Let me show you. Let's see here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to adjust the brightness contrast, and I want this to be all black. There we go. See how it's all one solid color now? So file, save. Now you go to an SVG editor, like Convertio. Let's use a different one. PNG to SVG. Just type in PNG to SVG. Here's a free online PNG to SVG converter. Upload your photo. Black shirt.
Because then I could just take into a Tinkercad.
Okay, that didn't work. Okay, don't use Adobe. It sucks. Wow. Okay, we're gonna use Convertio. PNG to no, they're free for you can get several uses per day for free. So I prefer Convertio. See Convertio.co. That's the one I prefer. So we're gonna do we're gonna do PNG. I don't know why it didn't default to PNG, but it didn't. It is an image, right? Oh. Come on, stop messing with me. Where is PNG? Well, why is this being a nudge? Did I type? Oh, I did something wrong. There we go. PNG to SVG. And there's PNG to SVG convertio. There we go. PNG to SVG. Choose file. Desktop. Black t-shirt. And then hit convert. And you could probably do between 7 and 12 pictures before you run out of credits. Then you can use a VPN to get more, or just wait till tomorrow. So now we have an SVG. So now we come into Tinkercad.
I think I have a program that's called Inkscape.
That'll do it. In theory, if you know how to use it, Inkscape will work. This is just a way of doing it if you don't have any of those skills. Import, choose file, downloads, black t-shirt. This is going to be huge, but we're going to make it smaller. There you go. I now have a basic t-shirt shape. Okay. Let's shrink this down to something more reasonable. Probably, let's see, 100 is going to be about right. That'll make a 4-inch disc. And then we take a circle. And we make this, let's say we make it 100 by 100.
That should be like 40 millimeters by 40.
Oh, you want it that small?
Maybe 50 millimeters.
Yeah, because that's only 2 inches. So, okay, 50 millimeters by 50 millimeters.
It's a big, huge chunk of plastic.
And then we're going to make it, let's say, 2 millimeters thick. We put our work plane here, and we drop this. Let's make this 3 layers thick. So if you're going to use a 0.2 millimeter, that's going to be 0.6. Okay. We do this. This is the bigger one. Make that 40. There. Okay. Probably make it smaller. 35. There we go. Align them. Okay. So now we have a 2 millimeter thick disc, so it'll be strong enough. Probably make this taller. Let's make this 1 millimeter tall. Yeah. All right. Now you can also put words on here if you want, especially if you have a multicolor printer. You can put shirts down here, but this is probably good enough. Now we take this and we export it. Let's join it first. Export STL. There it is. Now here's how you slice it. Oh, I forgot.
That's a hole.
Yep. Kinda need a hole. Let's do an 8 millimeter hole.
But yeah, that is the beauty of the 3D printer. So you're basically making a keyring.
Yes.
Oh yeah, exactly. The little maker lab. Just put your picture in there and it'll generate it.
Oh, the Maker World? Yes, they got some pretty nice tools.
Yeah.
They got some pretty darn nice tools. So, Maker World has some pretty nice tools.
Yeah.
Downloads. So now we have our little thing. Okay. Now, if you can either print it just like this, and you'll end up with you know, a t-shirt shape on top of the circle shape. If you want this to be an outline, that's pretty easy to do too. So I'm going to go to variable settings, set this for 2 millimeters. So I'm going to create a multi-process, and on this process, I'm going to have, let's see here, no top layers, 2 perimeters. Okay, infill is going to be 0. Okay.
Yeah.
This, now this is a 0.8 millimeter. This is a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, so be aware of that. Infill. Let's do infill at 40% so we get a nice smooth print. Okay, now when I slice this way, you end up with this. That is supposed to have infill there. Why? Oh, I know why. Layer, bottom. Still not giving it.
I just want to say, I had the Ender 3S1 Pro, and I used the cruiser slicer for slicing.
Yep.
The only problem I have when I use this, when I change colors, is I can't get it to pause, so I use like you have the filament sensor, so I just
you have to use you're gonna have to update the firmware of your printer. Not all printers support the pause command, and so you have to see if there's a way to update the firmware of your printer so you can add the pause command.
Okay, because I just updated the firmware the other day,
and did that update include pause?
Pause. No. I think it's a G code you should set into the thing, but I also used the cruiser slicer, so it could also be there. But
I'm not sure. I don't mess with firmware too much, but I do know that, for example, the Creality printers don't have the pause command built into the firmware, and so you have to do that yourself.
But can't you put it in a G code, like write something?
Well, the G code command, the M25 command, your firmware has to know what that command means.
Okay, so it's why just go out and do the purge and no pausing?
I'm not sure. You can manually pause, and for something this small, you won't have to wait very long.
Yeah, I just use I use the filament sensor. I hack it and just pull it out here, then it's freeze.
There you go.
Because if you pause it, they usually turn up the heat of the bed.
Yeah.
It's not good. And I think.
So here we go. Now I have a medallion with a hole through it, and the t-shirt is just an outline because I just did no infill. If you really wanted to get fancy, you could also get rid of this circle here in the middle, just by having that circle not come all the way through the model. If you want to, it depends on how fancy you want to get, but this will print just fine. And so you'll have that t-shirt. Now, if you want to make this a different color and you don't have that pause command, there's another way you can do that. So for example, what I would do is I would slice this. So there you go. That's all it's going to slice, just that. Okay. And then you create a second STL file, which is this one. Now this won't work in Prusa Slicer because it doesn't let you print in the air. So you probably have to use Orca or something like that. But I just air print that. And then what I do is when I do this G code, I come down here to scripts and I come to my ending script and see where it says here, turn off build platform. All I do is comment that out. Now, when it's finished printing the disc, it's going to leave the heat bed on. And you're probably going to want to leave the extruder on as well. So it's already hot and ready to go. So all you have to do now is change the filament and then execute the second STL file, and it'll print right on top of the first one. That's how I do my multicolor prints. Nope, today is Thursday. Now, one thing you do have to be careful with, you might need to tweak your first layer settings, because I notice that sometimes when I do this, the second STL file starts too high. So you might need to, if you have a single Z axis, you could just grab the stepper and just give it a little twist to bring the nozzle back down, or just figure out how to tweak this first layer to get it to sit right. And but yeah, that's an easy way to do multicolor. If you don't want that cylinder in the middle, there's actually a pretty easy way to do that. What we do is we set this, hold on. Let's put the work plane back down here. Drop this onto the work plane. We set this for 2 millimeters thick. And then we merge it. And now the hole is just there on the bottom side. And what that will do is this. Let's remove.
The hole up by the neck would be, I think it would be like blue, but
What?
the
Oh, crap.
It
grabbed everything.
But you don't use 3D Tinkercad? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I love Tinkercad. It's just so clean. There we go.
Yeah, it's so fast.
There we go. Set this to model 1. Set this to model 2. And now when I do it, you get the t-shirt without the cylinder in the middle, but you still have your hole. So that's much cleaner right there. And that's it. That's all you got to do. In fact, once you have this set up, you can now change this to anything you want. So Control D, bring another copy over here. Let's disassemble this. Okay, let's get rid of the t-shirt. Let's join this together. Okay, now let's find a pants clip art. Okay. Actually, probably easier to use shorts, since that would also represent pants and it would be a smaller graphic. There we go. So let's find the cleanest one we got. It's probably this one here. Actually,
And it should be undergarments.
Whatever you want to call it.
Then
We just need an obvious shorts shape.
Because pants only have one pair of pants. Usually we do on the 3D.
There we go. That's what I want right there. That's a good graphic. Right click. Open image in new tab. There it is. Save image as PNG. Okay. Where did it put it? It probably put it on desktop. Yeah. So we do the same thing with the pants. Come on. And we're going to do select color range. We're going to select the white. We're going to invert it. Select inverse. There we go. And now we're just going to paint bucket or paintbrush. Let's make this all black. Just like that. Okay. Now we file save. Cancel. Yes. No. Go away. Just go away. Okay. Now we come back to here. Back to Convertio. And we pick our shorts. Shorts, pants, undergarments. All works. Download. We import what we just downloaded. There we go. Put the work plane here. Drop this on the work plane. Rescale this to something smaller, 35. There we go. And that's it. Probably want to make that a little bit smaller. Let's go 30. Yeah, that's more like it. So we sit that right there. Align, center already. Make sure this is 1 millimeter tall. And merge. Export. STL. It's number 4. So there's that one. Now all I have to do, I can keep the same profile and then just drag in the new model. That's going to be number 4. Number 4. And once again, we make this model number 1. Make this model number 2. And print. There you go. Now you have pants. Now you can see I created a little problem here. That would probably actually print okay. So I would ignore that, but you can move the pants to put the hole in the right spot. But there you go. That's your pants. So now you have a pants one and a t-shirt one. Let's see. How do I get these to you? Can I share that? I should be able to share that, shouldn't I? Let's try something. Let's copy, file, new design. Bag tags. Bag tags. Control D. Put this one up here. Unselect. Delete that. So there is your base tag. Here's the shirt one, the pants one. Now I should be able to share this. Share. I am email. There we go. Generate new link. Copy link. Okay, now I'm going to put this in the description of the video. There. You should be able to click on that, and you can then load these, download them, copy them into your own workspace. I think that's actually what it does. I think when you click on this, it creates a workspace in your Tinkercad account, and you'll have these files. And then all you have to do is use this as your base, modified however you want, and then just find those images like I did, bring it into Photoshop, make it a black and white image. You want to make sure it's black and white, and you want it to be simple because you're just creating an outline. And then run that through Convertio, which is free. Upload that to Tinkercad, put it on top of the work plane, scale it so it fits appropriately, and bingo bango, you're done. And you can make up as many bag tags as you want. Okay, I don't need these in this workspace anymore. Put this back down here. I also don't need these anymore, since we're going to be changing that. Okay. Let's close this, so we're not wasting CPU cycles. 59.6% is our target. Is it this one? Oh, I never saved it, did I? Nope, I didn't save it. Okay. Derp. Oh yeah, I gotta hit the damn no button. I might just use Photoshop 7 and just use 9 when I need to do a batch. Really? Don't mess at me like that? Dirtbag. I knew it was going to do that. All right. Let's save it this time so I don't lose it again. Now. Let's just do a couple, see how it works. Okay. I should be able to do just this. Now, let's see what that looks like. Interesting. Let's lower this. Oh, let's turn off anti-aliasing. There we go. That's a little bit better. Let's go to 8. Doesn't make any difference. Okay. I think that's good enough. It looks clean enough to me, I think. I think the SVG program will smooth it out. Edit. Copy. File new. Transparent. Control V. Control I. There's that one. Okay. Control C. File new. Enter. Control V. Control I. So there's 2 pieces. Okay. Save as. We're going to do it as a PNG. Untitled 1 is just fine. Okay. As PNG. That was actually pretty easy. So now I go to the third one. Control C, Control N, Control V. Oop, nope. Control N, Enter, Control V, Control I. Save as, PNG, save. So there's the top 3. Let's Convertio it. Choose. Downloads. 1, 2, 3. Open. Were you able to access that Tinkercad? I really like this ice cream sundae soda. It's pretty smooth. I like it. Okay. Now let's import. Okay. Come on. It's not perfect, but I think that could work. Is it just me, or does it still seem like... Huh. It still seems... I think I'm going the wrong way. I think I need to make the image higher resolution and then scale it down after it's in here. But I still think that tolerance is too big. I think that gap is too big. Yeah, that gap's huge. Yeah, I think that gap is too big. Too big. Okay. All right, let's try something else. All right. Let's go. Let's go 5 times. 6 times. 1200. So it'd be 1200 by 3772. Or 423 by 1330. Let's try. Hey, it's letting me switch today. 570 by 1800. Let's just try this again. Okay. 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 Come on. Okay. Let's try this. Okay. Okay. Let's clean up. Ow. What is this? Oh, that's the stove. I can delete all this. And I don't need all of this, I don't think. Yeah, I can get rid of all this. Okay. This belongs in the stuff folder. Doodle goes in here. This goes in the music folder. Okay. That cleans up my workspace a little bit. All right. File. Save as. Okay. There's our 3 PNGs. Go back to Convertio. Probably getting close to the limit. Go back to Tinker. Port. Why is it making it 1-1? I don't know why it's doing that. Really annoying. Port. Port. Right, align with the top. That looks like a much better spacing. Okay. Nice. Now, how much do I need to shrink this? Here's how we figure that out. Let's co-join them. Who cares? We're going to change this to 100. And then we shift, hold this, change this to 570. And now whatever the height is, that's the percentage of our shrink. So far. So we had to shrink it to 21.17%. Uh-oh. No, that's still good. I think that's a good tolerance. What do you think? I mean, I think that looks like an okay tolerance to me. Yeah. How big is that? So what we do is we put this here. There's it there. So we are at about 0.6. That's a 0.3 millimeter tolerance each side. I'm okay with that. I'm not worried too much about elephant's foot. When you print with a fat nozzle, elephant's foot is not as much of a problem. That's a 0.6 millimeter gap, which is 0.3 millimeters for each half. I'm okay with that. And I can easily add dimples to tighten it up if I want. And also the other way to tighten it up is simply to print it taller. So I'm probably going to print this 20 millimeters thick. Maybe more. Maybe more like 40 millimeters. Yeah. I want this to be pretty stout. Okay. Would you look at that? I'm okay with that. And now to scale them is super easy. All I have to do is set the height to 100 millimeters and then do a coordinated shrink to 21.17. And that'll give me the exact scale for every piece. Okay. I'm thinking just go, well, 40 millimeters is going to be fine because we're going to be attaching other things to this. Okay. That looks good. I'm happy with that. I'm very, very happy with that. Now, there is little things I could do, like I could clip these corners. Oh, that's easy enough. Hang on. Let's do a bigger piece. I guess it's going to be like one of these. One of these. That's going to be a bigger piece. Export. Incredible Trugblad. Don't forget your incredible Trugblad. The names it comes up with are hilarious. Okay. Now, this is going to take a little bit longer than what I'm about to show, simply because there's details that I still have to add to this. It's going to be a Y rotation, no, X rotation of 180. That was incorrect. So I guess it's a Y. There we go. Because I want the surface to be down. All right, add. Now this is a 0.8. We're going to go with a 0.3. I could go with a 0.4, but it's just going to slow down. The difference with 0.8 and 0.3 is negligible. We're going to do, I'm going to do 3 perimeters and 4 bottom layers. That's a 1.2 millimeter thickness. Let's do 5 bottom layers. That's going to be 1.5 millimeters thick. And then infill is going to 6% is probably enough. I might be able to use less. Layers and top layers is 0. Okay. That's probably, I could probably get away with less infill. Oh, this is gonna be heavy. Woohoo! Wow, yeah, we're gonna do less infill. This is gonna be heavy. Let's go 4%. I think I might be able to go even less. There we go. I can do 4 pieces per kilogram. There's, that's 4 kilograms of plastic. Wow. Maybe we won't make it this thick. Yep, 7.5 hours. That's about right. Let's see. What if we make it 40 millimeters? It's already 40 millimeters. Custom zones, stop at, let's make it 1 inch thick. And let's go with 4 layers. That gets us down to 5 hours and 170 grams. Good, that's 5 pieces per kilogram. That's still really heavy. Let's go down to 3 perimeters, 2 perimeters. We're down to 150. It'd be nice to get down to 100 grams each. Is that feasible? This is a 0.8 millimeter. I do effectively have 3 walls because of the infill. What I don't want is for it to warp. I'm pretty sure this will not warp. What could I do? I know one way to make this print a lot more efficient. No, it won't print efficiently. No, that's right. I forgot. Empty infill takes less plastic. How many thicknesses do we have? Let's go to 3 and we'll put in holes for the parts. 136 grams. What does 2% look like? And it doesn't save that much. It only saves 14 grams. I'd rather have the extra infill. The only way I'm going to save more is by adding, either reducing the face count, but I'm afraid if I make the face too thin, that we will, it'll be prone to warping. It'll be prone to getting wavy. Now the letters are going to bolt onto this, and the letters will add stiffness. So maybe I can get away with thinner. Let's go 20 millimeters. That gets down to 117. And 3 hours, 40 minutes. That's not bad. Let's bring the additional. Make this 2 millimeters. Also, tools variable. We're going to do 0.3. No, let's do 0.6. Add. And we're going to do this portion outside in. Because that's going to be our front-facing layer, and we want that front face to be very clean. Three hours, 40 minutes, 117 grams. How much to add a little bit more infill? What is the penalty? Let's go 4%. Goes from 117 and change to, I'm okay with that. That's only an addition of 5 grams, 5.5 grams. I could probably get away with more. Let's go 1,000 grams. Let's divide by 123. That gets me 8. That's not bad. And I can afford to bump it up a tiny bit. 1,000 divided by 8. 125 is my, nope, I can't. If I bump it up, it's going to go past 125. Okay, so that's the max right there. About 50% of it is 3 walls. That's good. The ultimate test is going to be to actually print it and see what happens, but that should work. The back to be left hollow. I don't need the back to be solid. Cool. Okay. Okay. I'm okay with this. Now I could build the letters right into this. I mean, no, I can't. Then I'd have to print it right side up. And that would add 50% to the size of this. So no, we can't do that. Okay. So we have what we want. Well, let's save this as a temporary. It will save it. Okay. So our scale is 21.17%. Okay. We have to keep making more of these. Control C, N, enter, Control V, and I. Okay. In the end, try making a small rounded shape on the edges and see if you save time or filament. Can you explain that? What do you mean? The only problem with making this thinner is that it'll be a little more wibbly wobbly, and I don't want it to be wibbly wobbly. But we'll have to play with that. Okay. Control C, Control N, Control Enter, Control V, and Control I. Control C, Control N, Enter, Control V, and I. Okay. Control C, N, Enter, Control V, I. Control C, Control N, Enter, Control V, I. Control C, N, Enter, Control V, I. I can't do fillets. Well, technically I can, but it's not worth it. Fillets isn't, there's no automated fillet process in Tinkercad. It's amazing how fast you can do some operations with keyboard shortcuts. I hit Control C to copy it, Control N to create a new file, Enter to accept the defaults, Control V to paste, and Control I to invert it. It's so efficient. So all I have to do is click, Control C, N, Enter, Control V, I, click again, click one more time, Control C, N, Enter, Control V, I, scroll down to the next row. Very efficient. Control C, N, Enter, Control V, I, Control C, N, Enter, V, I, Control C, N, Enter, Control V, I. 6 more. Control C, N, Enter, Control V, I, C, N, Enter, Control V, I. That did not work right. Okay. Okay. Now, is there a way to save all? There's no way to save all? I bet you there is. Okay. So I should be able to do that. Problem is, I need to get to these. There we go. This is Untitled 3. So yes, I can close this. Okay. So, File, Scripts, Image Processor, Use Open Images, Save in Same Location. I don't want to save it as a JPEG. Really? I can only save as a JPEG? Are you serious? Only JPEGs, PSDs, or TIFFs. I guess I could do PSD. Oh, there's something else. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. File. Close all. Save changes to Adobe Photoshop document 27. Yes. Change this to a PNG. What's this? PNG. It says there should be a way to apply to all when prompted to save changes. Oh, I gotta do it this way. I mean, I guess it's a little more efficient, but I wish I had that apply to all. I mean, it does save a few clicks, but for some reason it's missing the save to all, apply to all. Yeah, it's amazing how much you forget when you don't use it. Sometimes it comes back, and sometimes you just got to relearn it. I was never a very advanced Photoshop user. I basically treated Photoshop as a basic editing program. I never did any really advanced things with it. Just too lazy to learn. Most of my stuff I use View. It's just so efficient. Oh man, I'm gonna have to get up in a minute, give my butt and my legs a break. But at least I don't have to go to File, Save As every time. I could just stay here in the middle. But I wish there wasn't Apply to All. JPEG would probably be faster. No, it wouldn't, because it would create a dithered edge. That's why PNG is better. That's interesting that I can output directly to a PDF. That's kind of cool. Okay, there's all the files. Okay. Let's go in here and delete all this because they got the new ones. Okay. Now comes, let me stand up for a minute. You can see my new hoodie. I gotta give my legs and my butt a break. Oh, this. Isn't that cool? Oh boy. Yep, my muscles needed a break. I'm gonna grab a soda while I'm at it. I got a case of soda right here. And yes, it is zero sugar. I am tired of being fat. Okay. Now we got to play tag with the limitations of this program. Let's try to get through 9. I don't think we can, but I'm going to run out of. Yep, I got 2 done. did 8 and 9. Alrighty. So we are done there. Now we open up Chrome. Just shut up. God, I haven't played that in 3 or 4 years. I wonder if my account even still exists. No, I do not ever want to set you as a default. Turn on the VPN to France and Convertio. Okay, we got to do 4 through 7. Okay, try 4 more. Ah, Alien Earth. There was an advertisement there for Alien Earth.
Hello.
Hello. Who's this?
Make it Viking.
Hi.
How's it going?
Pretty good. Are you keeping your victims happy?
Yeah.
Just remember, mean people taste good.
Yeah. True.
14 and 15.
Yeah. What are you up to?
I figured out the puzzle thing, and I'm working on the puzzle.
Oh, nice.
Did it do both? Did it do both? No, it did not. So we're up to 14. All right. And we go to Opera. And then I realized that there's a fourth browser on this computer. Oh, it's hard to say. Microsoft Edge. It's not that bad.
Not based on Chromium, but I still don't like it.
There's nothing wrong with Microsoft Edge. I just don't trust Microsoft.
Yeah.
Okay, PNG. Yeah, we did a sample of 3, figured it out. It's imported into Tinkercad, and I like the tolerances, so now I'm converting the rest of them.
Nice.
Okay. Let's do that many. Huh? Why is it doing that?
The limit.
Oh, I never turned on. Wait a minute. Where's the VPN? Oh, there it is. I forgot to turn on the VPN. I may have pushed myself. I may have cookied myself. Nope. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, I didn't even see you live before popping in. Just so you're online on Discord. So.
Ah. I figured just do a casual, you know, while I'm working on this kind of thing. And this way people can chat in Discord thing. All right, let's can I squeeze 2 more out of this one? Looks like it. All right, let's try squeeze 2 more. Shit, what did I do? I'm up to 22.
Nice.
Goddamn fly flew in my ear. I hate that so much. Will I get 2 more? It says converting. I've exceeded, but it should have gotten those 2, since they both did say converting.
Yeah. Then we'll change the VPN again.
Nope, it didn't get 24. I did get 23. Okay. Now, I can click on this and click on one of these stories, if they'll ever load. Oh, it doesn't just open, it opens full freaking screen. Let's see if it IP blocks or if I have to use a VPN.
Yeah.
Really? Doesn't even bring up Convertio? There we go. Yeah, I need a VPN. Interesting. Is there a VPN built into? Doubt it. Okay, so it's not just a different browser. Let's try Chrome again. Except this time we're going to change to a different VPN. Let's go to Mother Russia. Will it work? It loaded this page. Maybe. I only have 4 left. Oh, I think it's letting me. Sweet!
Two at a time.
Oh no! It hit the limit already. Yeah, it still sees me as logged in. But it got 27 done. So I still need 3. I need 4, 5, and 6. What? It broken. Yeah, it won't let me download it. Let's try somewhere else. UK. Now, let's do this. Okay, it still says my files. So it still somehow knows I've been here.
Yeah.
See, this is just so expensive though. I mean, the light user is $10. That's $120 a year, or $2,400. This isn't worth $2,400. I mean, I would gladly pay if it was reasonable. That's not reasonable. For a commercial user, yes, okay, I get it. The problem is, how do you keep a commercial user from picking the non-commercial option? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, now it's going from Africa. Let's try this again. Okay, so it somehow still knows that I'm here. Sign in.
That is why I love piracy.
Can I sign up as a free user? No. How about annual? So $6 a month if you pay annually, but that's still a lot of money. That's $72 a year, or $1,480 is not worth $1,400. Okay, so how does it know where I'm at? Can I change location? Let's go Asia. Now, can I silo? How do I delete how it's figuring out that I'm the same user? It somehow knows I'm the same user, and I don't know how it knows that.
Usually it's enough just doing a leap and creating a couple cookies, but
Do what?
it's usually enough to use a VPN and clearing the cookies, but apparently it doesn't work.
Yeah, well, it works once, but it doesn't seem to work for a second instance. Let's see here. Nope, nope, not that. Search VPN. Oh, 89,000 users. That's got to say something.
Yeah. 3 stars though.
Connect. Okay. Now, how do I create a private window? New private window.
Click on the hamburger. Yeah.
Okay.
Control hits P. That's the shortcut.
All right, it's not purple. Okay, so I need these three. Yes. 20, 21, 22, 23. Oh, I never did get 7. Hey, it's working.
Yeah, only 2 at a time.
That's fine. You have to sign in to do more than 2 at a time.
Yeah.
At least they don't make you jump through hoops. You just got to click convert again.
Yeah. That's not too bad.
Oh, when someone hit the stop button on Trump, you should hear how mad he is about that. He's such a petty human being.
Yeah. True.
So petty.
Yeah.
You want to stop people from doing that? Ignore it. Pretend it never happened. And people won't do stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it even changes the color. See how it's a different color? That's kind of neat, actually.
Yeah.
When you're in a private window. Disconnect.
Yeah.
Says you only get that for a certain amount of time. Cool.
Nice.
I like free. I love free. What's all this? So this is the one I want. These I can close. All right. Now, why are these files getting renamed in a strange way? Okay, we should be good. Now we bring, what's this? I have 2? Oh, I do. Let's close all that. We can close this. And this. That's the one I want. Don't need this. Okay. Lining these up is actually going to be a little tricky. Import.
Yeah.
Because they're, let's put you up here. The only annoying part is I have to do this one at a time.
Yeah. Yeah, I never used Tinkercad.
I love Tinkercad.
Yeah. I started with Fusion back in 2018. I kept at it with that. At least for technical stuff.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So you see, but yeah.
Okay. At least with the tolerances this tight, it's not too bad to line them up. I mean, it doesn't have to be exactly perfect, but I do need to put things on top of this. So I do need to get them lined up pretty damn close. Yeah. Otherwise, my holes won't line up. Now these should come pretty close to lining up. They're not going to be perfect because the yeah, see, the cut isn't, actually that's pretty good. I'm okay with that. And that one looks like I nailed it. Yep, nailed it. Okay. So now what I do is I co-join. I make this 100. And then hold down the shift key and do it again. 21.17. Boom. And we're going to make these 20 millimeters tall now. Because we decided that was going to be tall enough. Bundle those. Now these groups are easier to align because all I have to do is align them on a single edge here and then bring them up. There you go. Ooh, I'm going to have a problem. Tinkercad does not like objects this big. Because this is going to be 1,800 millimeters tall. Wrong piece. That one. There we go. Oh, let's go up here first. Okay. Now there is something else I can check. This should be 570. 569.88. I'll have to fix that. Yeah, see, that's 570. I'll fix later. All right. This group can be joined. That goes approximately there. Insert the next group. Someone left. 10. Import. Choose. 11. Import. Choose. 12. Ooh, I think I got it. That could be interesting. I wonder if there's a way I can do that. Be able to put a tape strip on the inside with LED lights. I think I know an easier way, though. Put a transparent picture frame model around it, and then the tape strip goes inside that. Yeah. That's a good idea. Put an RGB strip inside there. That'd look pretty cool. Got that pretty close. That looks pretty good. That's a damn good idea. I'm going to steal that. There we go. Okay. $13. 14. 15. Okay. It was always about changing printers. How was it? I don't understand. Ready? 16, 17, 18. 16. Hey, I got a center one that has the dimples on all four sides. Cool. It might just fit. It's going to be really close. Ooh, that's pretty close. Yeah. Change the 3D printers? Oh, no. You talk about the Neptune 4 Max? No. I did an even trade. I gave him my Sapphire Plus and a couple rolls of filament, and he gave me the Neptune 4 Max. Even swap, no money. Which is good because I have no money. So it's really good. That's pretty close. The printer was so big that I had to turn it sideways to put it in the car. I had to take apart the remove the screen and the spool holder to get it to fit in the car. But that's just a couple of little screws. Kia Souls have a nice amount of space inside of them. Looks good to me. What did I just do? $22. Uh-oh. That one's broken. So 24 is broken. That one's good. Nope. Nope. Okay. So I need to redo. Let's go to new private window. Turn on the thingy. I need to do 24. That's good. Why didn't that work? Okay. That looks better. You should have taken the school bus. Oh, yeah, I can afford that. Okay, why is this doing this? It's breaking the file for some reason. Did I choose the wrong file? Hmm. This one. Okay, that's fine. What's the problem? Let's rename it to 2. Something about this file it doesn't like. Oh, there it goes. That was weird. Huh. I don't know why I did that. It just wanted to be weird. Wow, that's pretty close. Damn, I nailed that one pretty close too. Okay. We are almost done the bulk work. Then we got to do a little bit of fine tuning. No. Oh, some of these got messed up. Yep, this one got messed up. So this one's got to go back to 21.17. And then deselect, select 20. Okay. There we go. All right. Well, these are easy. Because at the bottom. Point. All right. Join. Why did that move? Why the hell did that move? Did it just space him again? Yes. Why is it doing that? Why is it pushing them apart? Am I going blind? Are you seeing it do this? Yeah, it's... I don't know why it's doing that. I'm confused. I don't know why it's doing that. It definitely should not be doing that. Really, you asshole? Okay. It did it okay that time. Actually, I think it spaced it again. No, we're okay. That's weird. Freak. Hey, they do fit. Okay. That looks good. Get off me. Damn flies. A little more. Okay. Next group. Good. A little too far. Oh, not enough. I wish I would have keyed them. What I needed was a universal key so I could line these all up. I didn't think of that. I should have done that. I should have done a key. That would have made this a whole lot easier. Hey, Conrail, how are you doing? Okay. Now, here's the tricky part. These I can line up easily. Okay. So I select them all and unbind them. Then I select all these and I bind them. Then I take all these and I align them here, and then I bind them. Those are easy. Now I just have to align the center ones. Hey, critter. What's up? Probably hiding from you. What do you mean? Doesn't matter. They heard you calling, like, up, we're out of here. Oh, yes, they would. They're evil. Working on live stream. It's all right. Yeah. Let's do this. Let's do this. Wait a minute. Hang on. Let's bind these. Okay. Bye. Love you too. Bye. Okay, this should not be aligning, but it is somehow. Oh, it's pretty close. Yeah, I'm okay with that. How does the top look? Yeah, that's not bad. I think that's close enough that I shouldn't have any problems. There's slight discrepancies, like this one's definitely off a little bit. So if we take and unbind this, I can then grab this one and bring it over a smidge. Okay, I think that's close enough. I just need them close enough that when I do my holes, it doesn't just munge everything. Okay. Doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be pretty close. Okay. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. Looks good. Okay. So again, we hide this, hide this. grab this group, bundle, bring everything back. Let's line them up again, like that, and that's close enough. Okay, there we go. There is our 570 millimeter by 1800 millimeter welcome signpost. Oh boy, that was fun. We're going to do a charcoal, I think. Do a lighter charcoal, yeah, like that. Okay. Okay. I'm okay with this. This looks good. Well, some of these aren't right. Yeah, some of these have got to be changed. So that's why some of them look weird. 20. Yep. This one looks like it's messed up too. Yep. Oh, this one too, huh? Okay. Now they're all 20. Let's bundle them. They're all 20. Let's leave them different colors. It makes it easier to see where we're at. Okay. Now we need to make letters. Text. How do I do vertical? I guess I can't do vertical? No, I don't want sans. I don't want sans mono. Serif is not bad. That's thicker. Okay, so I want that. Okay. I think I just need to do this. Can you do vertical text? There's no way to do vertical text? I guess there isn't. Well, what I really need is to get the W right, and then I can get the rest to match. let's make it 200. That is not what I wanted. There we go. Ooh, I think I need it to be bigger than 200. Oh yeah, definitely. This would be good for the single width. Oof. Let's go 300. 350. That looks more like it. There you go. Pee. I'm back. I go pee. Hi, baby. Let's see what the bevel looks like. I think I need to do this and then play some games with stretching it. Okay. So I think 350 is going to be good because that does leave room for a frame. Okay. Delete that. Now, text. Seriously? What the hell? Oh, bigger screen. Okay. Let's do a bevel. That looks good. That's what I want. Let's do a deeper bevel. See, I want to print with one color and then change color at the top layer so you have that contrasting color. I just think that would look nice. Hi, baby. How you doing? Okay. W. Okay. Control D. Excuse me. Control D. E. L. Why isn't this working? It's not doing the thing it usually does. I think the letters are confusing it. Come on. W-E-L-C-O-M-E. Okay. So this one is changed to E. Oh, there's the extras. You asshole. L. Oh no, I need this to work correctly. Please stop doing that. Why? Why do you have to be a jizzbag? Thank you. Okay. I need this to work correctly because I need to get the spacing right. Control D. Bring you down to here. Control D. There we go. L-C-O-M-E. Okay. Now they are vertically spaced and vertically aligned. Now I can change the letters. E. L. C. O. M. E. Okay. Now I take the whole thing, universal scaling to 350. There we go. Too big. Let's do 5. Oh, that's a problem. Okay. I might have to make this taller. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. No. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Still too much. We're almost there. What happens if I just shrink the whole thing? Well, that's not so bad. Yeah, I can live with that. Okay. Now, are these aligned? Nope. Now they're aligned. Now this needs to change. Yeah, we're going to change this to serif. How big is this? Yeah, this will work. We're going to need to widen it to more like that. And now we need to grab one of my inserts. I could just make one, but no, I need it. That. Okay, we take this, Control D. We take this. We increase the number of sides a little bit. Come on. I want fucking 80. Thank you. Let's go 140 by 140 is the max. Make it 1.2. It's 0.6. 0.6. Go. Align you and you. So that's the theoretical max. I need to replace this letter with a circle. Let's see if any of the other fonts look better. That's better. $205. It's $206. Okay, so that won't work. What I need is this center to be bigger. I can fake it. That's centered. I can fake that. So what I need to do is to put a square in here. Okay, I need to use a circle. I keep going until I fully encompass this unit. Like that. Okay. You solid. You duplicate, hole, cut. You can add a bevel to them, yes. Certain objects allow you to do that. You can add a bevel to cylinders, squares, and letters. Okay. So now we make this 176.1. So I don't get the top messed up. And now I expand. Make you bigger this way. We make you bigger this way. We make you bigger this way. And we make you bigger this way. Then we realign them. And join. There. Now that's enough space. Yeah, I'm okay with that. This is not quite clean. Is this edge a little weird? Maybe. I could probably clean it up a little bit. The problem is this letter I can no longer modify. Okay. To 0.1. So I can get a clean cut. That. Didn't help. It's still, we know it's flat now. Now I take these two, align on you, and bring you to the top. And now we know this will fit. I no longer need this. I want to make this bigger. 1 point. Let's make it point. Let's make it 1. Then we're going to do this. Let's go 15.1. 0.1. And then 15.3. Okay. We have our tolerance. We're going to put that right here. Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay, Control D. We're going to have this up a little more so we can insert the letter in and then let it slide down. Okay. Join. Whole. Take transparency off. And join. Yes. Now we have our slots to allow insertion of our tools. Okay. I need to do something else. I need to make this a little taller. 1.2. Okay. 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 Now we have the letters basically done. Now I need to chop off the bottom. Let's do this. All right, we're going to go a -20 relative. Hang on, I'll show you. I need to chop my letters. I think I want to make them a little taller. No. Let's do 5. -5 relative. Oh crap, I can't do that. I have to do... No, we can make them all the same. No, I got to print them separately. Wait a minute, I got to think about this. The puzzles of the board. So this is the board that everything... Why does that look weird? How did that get wonky? Why is that wonky? That's okay. It's probably close enough. All right. So the idea is this will sit on top of this. This is our backboard. The reality is we should be making this out of a piece of lumber. It's kind of silly to 3D print this. It's going to take like 3 kilograms of plastic to print this. Maybe more. And then you have all the plastic to print this. It's kind of silly, but I'm a 3D printing YouTube channel, so YOLO. I mean, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to 3D print everything. But what we're making is this. We're making that. So it's a welcome sign. And we're going to be making these for the lanterns, while I'm making this sign compatible with these pieces for the lantern, so that we can use them interchangeably. So the O is big enough to receive one of these. So this is the theoretical max. And this will install in here like that. So you'll be able to put these little decorations that we made in the O of the welcome sign. So you'll be able to change this for every holiday. And because I designed this to use the same exact inserts as the lantern, you don't have to make a different set of inserts. You'll be able to use the same inserts for both. Well, I designed my stuff to last 20 years. So nature's fine. And PLA, well, I'm not using PLA, I'm using PETG. Well, PET is infinitely recyclable. We just don't currently recycle PETG. And that's fine. I'll be dead in 20 years and somebody else will keep this. I designed this stuff to last. This is not meant to be disposable. That's why this is going to take like 4 or 5 kilograms when you're all done. This is designed to last forever, or reasonably forever. You know, I don't want to design something that's going to last 2 or 3 years and then you have to replace it. That kind of defeats the point to me. That's why I design my stuff to be very stout and resilient. The idea is you don't have to replace it. Yes, wood can last a long time too, but plastic is free, wood is not. Plus, this is just damn fun. I could see people taking this model. I'm going to release this as its own model. I could see people taking this and putting like pictures on it. Is it adjustable? Maybe. I bet you these 3 here would line up with this 3 here. I wonder if it would. Like, can I make different sizes of this without having to do all that work all over again, you know? I'm wondering if I can. Okay, so 3 spots. 3 spots. So I should be able to delete this. And then take this. Will it line up? No, it does not line up. You dirtballs, it's randomized. Okay, I'll have to make a square one eventually. Just because I think that'd be fun. And I could see people doing like HueForge prints on top of these things and making a giant puzzle to like donate to community centers, and kids can put together the puzzle. And if you were really creative, what? How much thickness is on layer in Tinkercad? 0.4 nozzle super dry. I don't know what that means. There is no nozzle size in Tinkercad. It's not a slicer. I'm slicing this to print with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle and 0.3 millimeter layer height. This of course will be compatible with, you know, whatever slicing, you know, nothing here is vase mode, so you can slice it any way you want. Okay, so I need to do this, and then Control D, and then come up here like this, and then Control D, 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 D. Okay. This one needs to move up. This one needs to move up. And this one needs to move up a little bit. So we take this, join, take this, join, take this, and join this. And also remember, I'm a YouTube channel. This is how I make my living. So would I suggest people to print this? Probably not. I'm going to print it because, well, I'm poor and I have lots of plastic and I don't have lots of wood. And plus, the idea of making this into a puzzle that you have to assemble, that's just freaking cool. That's awesome. This would even be neat as a sign into like a daycare center, and like you actually print these in different colors. Well, like I said, the optimal way to make this, you would make this out of lumber and you would print this, and then you would screw this into this. That would be the most efficient way to do this. If you have no materials to start with, it would be cheaper likely because it's going to take you between $30 and $50 of plastic to print this. I happen to already have the plastic, so it doesn't cost me anything. It depends on what tools you have. If you have a laser cutter, well, yeah, you're going to make this out of plywood. And you're going to laser cut this. So I'm going to include the SVG files. If you have a 3D printer and lots of plastic, you'll do this. If you want to do it in multiple colors and let kids play with it, then printing it makes sense. There's just many different, it depends on what you're doing. I'm doing this out of plastic because it's something for me to design. It's something for me to print. I already have the plastic, and I just think it would be fun to assemble this into a puzzle. Now it's going to be permanently assembled. It's never going to come apart again. Although I'm hoping that I won't need to use glue. I'm hoping worst case scenario that I could put a screw in between these two walls here. You know, like in each piece, put a single screw to hold them together if I need to at all. Because, like, for example, if somebody knocks this over and breaks a piece of it, it'd be nice if I could take it apart and just replace that one piece. No, I don't. And more importantly, I can't afford to buy lumber and I can't afford woodworking tools. I have basic tools. I have a jigsaw, I have a sander, I have a hacksaw, and I have a reciprocating saw, and I have a small circular saw. So I have basic tools. This, you wouldn't need basic tools. You just get a piece of pressure treated lumber, a couple of 2x4s to stiffen it up, and you could probably build this for like 20-25 bucks in wood. Although with the expense of wood lately, I don't know. But you could probably build this cheaper with wood. Now, if you bought your plastic from China, you could probably print it cheaper. It all depends on how much your electricity is. You're looking at about 4 hours each. So 120 hours. So that's 5 days of printing just to print this. Which means that's about, for me, that would be about $6 in electricity for this, and probably another $3 in electricity for this. So about 10 bucks in electricity to print this. And if it takes 4 kilograms, I can get that for $8 a kilogram, 32. That's 42 bucks. That's actually pretty cheap. That would be pretty close to what it would cost you in lumber. Although, for 50 bucks, you could probably get enough lumber to make 2. And again, this depends. What does your electricity cost? What does your plastic cost? What does your lumber cost? Can you scavenge lumber and get like a cast-off piece that somebody else is throwing away? Another way to make this would be to use coroplast. That's corrugated plastic, which you can buy in sheets. That would be a very efficient way to do this as well. I would probably 2 layers of coroplast and then reinforced with a couple of 2x4s on the back. That would be a pretty practical way to do it because you can scavenge the coroplast for free. If you're in the U.S., just scavenge up after any election. There's going to be a whole bunch of the those corrugated plastic political signs, and they're fantastic. You could build airplanes out of those. You could build boats out of those. Let me show you. Are you going to click? Or are you going to just... There we go. So you're looking at something like this. You'll see these signs all littered all over the place during election time. And they're usually made of corrugated plastic. Here we go. That's a good picture. This is corrugated plastic. It's literally cardboard, but made of plastic. It's identical to cardboard, except it's made of plastic instead of paper. And this stuff will last forever. It can be damaged, but it's pretty darn resilient, especially if you crosshatch it. So some of it going vertical, and then a back panel, second layer going horizontal, and then 2x4s to reinforce it from the back. That would last a really long time and be pretty resilient too. Then you could just print the letters. So there's a whole bunch of ways to do this. Sometimes you're better off just looking up political signs, because that's probably where you're going to get the cheapest. Here we go, 4x8. How much? Well, you'd have to make sure it's actually corrugated plastic and not like cardboard. Is it corrugated plastic? I know you can get corrugated plastic in 4x8 sheets. Hell, if you know anybody running for an election, literally ask them, hey, can I buy a couple of extra signs? Just get a couple extra made or something like that, and it'll cost you next to nothing. Yeah, Logan. Whoa. Yeah, I'm still on. All right, give me half an hour. I'm gonna quit at 6. All right, bye. Man, he was noisy. Go away, go away. Let's see. Click to edit. Grr. Continue. Here we go. Corrugated plastic. Yes. Single-sided, no holes or grommets. Wow. Okay, so $38. Oh, it's okay. It's $100 if you only order one. Now, what you could do is find a local sign shop that does this and just ask them to buy a blank sheet. Tell them you're working on a hobby project with your kids, and you just need a blank sheet of 4x8 Coroplast, and you can. He's selling this as low as $38 at 20 plus, which means his cost is probably around 10 or 15 bucks. He might, even if he sells it to you at 38, that's not a bad deal. You can make several of these out of that. But that's probably your most long-lasting option. You won't have to worry about the wood rotting. Now, if you happen to have a lot of wood, make it out of wood. And then I'm going to design these letters to screw in. And the advantage of them screwing in is that you can unscrew them, put them on a new piece of wood if that piece of wood wears out, and then do it again. So you don't have to throw away the printed parts. But that's the idea. That's the concept, at least. And yeah, that actually doesn't look bad at all. I'm very happy with that. Okay. Let's do a Control D, a bind. Okay. Let's put the work plane here. Let's drop you down to the work plane. And let's put you on the sign. Let's change this color. Let's say we want to make it a wood color. Okay. Now, the only thing I might change is I might try to stretch it a little taller or make the letters a little shorter. No, I can't. I can't do that. I would have to make all these letters shorter without making the O shorter, because that needs to be that side to hold the insert. But you could just attach it up here. You don't have to. So I want to put like a big bow. I'd even like to try 3D printing a bow. Honeycomb only works for skinned surfaces because it's only strong in one direction. The skin is integral. If you can find it, it's amazing material. But once you compromise it, it's not that great. Okay, this is not it. The one I saw was it had a, there it is. This here. Aluminum honeycomb panels. These are amazing. Man, freaking what's his name? One of the scavengers that I watch. I forget his name, but one of the scavengers I watched, he found a whole bunch of this in a dumpster. Oh, of course he just ripped off the outside, and to get to the his was steel on the outside and aluminum on the inside. This is all aluminum. So he just peeled off the steel to separate it from the aluminum because it's a different value. But this stuff's amazing. It's so lightweight and so strong. Oof, really quite fascinating material. Yes, that's why I was so jelly that he found it in a freaking dumpster. It's like, come on, not fair. Like, that's just such a sweet find. Oh my God. So that's our basic welcome sign there. Now I have to add holes for screws to screw this into the to the panel. So each of these letters is going to need like 2 screws. So, you know, here and here, here and here, here and here, here and here. Actually, probably here and here. Here and here, here and here, here and here. So these will all just like, take 2 stainless steel screws and screw them in. Theoretically, you can even print plugs to fill the holes when you're done, so that you don't see it. But better would be to just take a white paint pen and just dab the top of the screw. Okay. I am liking this. Let us separate. Let's change you to something bright so we can tell what you are. There we go. It might even be neat to put, if you have enough sunlight, to put like a single solar LED behind this from the back so that you can make this emblem light up, since a lot of them are going to be transparent. I think that'd be pretty cool. What else could I do? You know what else would be pretty cool would be to oh, that would be really freaking cool. If I printed this in transparent and then the top 2 layers were a color, and that color was that the color did not include the letters, so that the letter, and then the letters, you'd print the top of the letter an opaque color, but you would print the rest of the letter a transparent PETG, so that the light could come in from behind and light would shine out from the letters. That would be pretty slick. it would take a lot of work to do because I'd have to integrate these shapes into all these pieces. And boy, would that be a lot of work. I think what might be easier is a string of Christmas lights, and you just drill holes through the part behind it, like 3 holes here, 3 holes here, 3, 3, a hole here and here, and then you just poke the lights through from behind. You just get a solar string of lights, a fairy lights or whatever. They're super cheap. You just get them on Amazon. Or hell, for something like this, it's gonna be up by your front door. You can even just plug it in. LED Christmas light. Here we go. Something like this would be plenty. You're talking, $13 for 100, and it's got the little stems. That's what you want. You want the little stems. Here's 66 feet, 200 LEDs for $10 if you want to really make it bright. Ooh, man. I think I know how to do that too. I'd probably go with something like this. But I want cold white. I think cold white would look better. Because I like Sylvania. They're a good brand. Even better would be this kind of light, because you want the light to shine sideways a lot. Oh, man. I'm just creating more work for myself. But now I want to do this. But it would look so damn cool. And it would only cost $10. I mean, there'd be some assembly involved. But that's okay. Oh, man, I want to do this. In fact, the way you really want to do this is you would print the entire letter transparent. So the whole letter would be transparent, but right about here, you'd have a single layer of white. So transparent, 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 0.6 millimeters of white, and then continue the transparent look. This way, the white would act as a diffuser, make it illuminate more evenly. So you would have because if you made it straight transparent, it's going to look great, but you're going to be able to see the LEDs behind the what was that? That was a weird noise. Who are you? Who is Nadu? Nadu. Oh, it's somebody else. This needs to come up a bit. Huh? That goes right there. There we go. Okay, I just have to do this. It would just look too damn cool. Oh man. Yeah, I have to do it. No, that's what he does. He's a scrapper. It's garbage. What the hell is he gonna do with clean wall corrugated honeycomb wall panels? What's he gonna do with that? Now, if something is worth value, he sells it. He puts it up on marketplace to sell. But if it's something like that, how long is it going to take to find somebody willing to buy that? And where's he going to store it in his house? No, he's a scrapper. If he can't sell it within a week, it's gone. He tears it apart because the outside was steel and the inside was aluminum. And if you give them that whole, they're going to give you what's called a dirty aluminum price, which is a lot less than what the aluminum is worth. Although, with something like that, he might actually get a better deal with the dirty aluminum price. Probably not, though, because aluminum is worth a whole lot more than dirty aluminum. So it's called cleaning it. Well, we don't have those kinds of campers around here, and the R value of that material is dog shit. It's an R value of 3. That it's not designed to have insulating properties. It's designed to protect from particulate ingress and egress, to create a clean room, to be rigid enough to use as a wall panel, and to stop particulate ingress and egress. That's what that's designed for. It has no insulating properties, none. R value of 3. The plywood on your wall has a better R value, because that's not what it's designed for. Okay. I would also have to experiment to see, does it look better making it all transparent, or is putting a white layer in there to act as a diffuser the way to go? You could even put an RGB string in there, but I think you're better off going with what would be really nice is a bicolor stream. You're not stupid, you just weren't thinking of it the way he was. Now, I mean, would I grab that kind of material and save it for a rainy day? Yes. I have 1.5 acres of land, and I have 1,200 square feet of Connex containers. Yes, I would just stuff that shit. I would put a bungee on it and just attach it with magnets to the roof of the freaking container. It wouldn't even take up any space. But I have the space to do that. He doesn't. He has a home with his wife and kids. He can't be piling this place up. He lives in a nice neighborhood. And he has no land like most people. He has a tiny little yard where he can have a barbecue. So he has to either sell it immediately or scrap it. If he can't sell it or scrap it, he doesn't even touch it because he just can't. Some people have land, so they collect everything and they hold on to it until they can sell it. Like if you look at Mr. Scrappity, he'll hold on to anything of value because he's got a big yard. Not like a big yard like mine, but he's got a decent fenced-in yard. So he can stock this stuff up and put it up for a few bucks on Marketplace, and then it gets reused, which is great. But Mike the Scavenger, that's his name. Mike the Scavenger, he can't do that. He doesn't have the space. He doesn't have the resources to be able to do that. He's got to get rid of it. Is there dual color? That would be nice to have some options. Okay, that's not too bad. A color changing string. So you can do RGB colors, or you can do just white for, just regular holidays. Now, what would be nice is a string that you can change the colors. Like you probably couldn't do individual colors. That just wouldn't be practical. But if you can change the color of the entire string, that would be pretty cool. Because then you could do like, orange and purple for Halloween, and you could do red for Valentine's Day, and it would be interesting if you could do it. Like this one. This is too many. We don't need 200. But see how this one allows you to change the colors? That would be pretty cool to be able to change colors. But for a start, a $10 string of lights will allow you to do some pretty amazing things. RGB Wi-Fi. No, smart. But if I can go smart right from the get-go, why not? Ow! I don't need 200, though. 200's too many. 100 is probably too many. Ooh, I like C9s. Strawberry lenses. Let's see if I can do, no, it's too much. It's too much, too much, too much. About 33 feet. There we go. There we go. This might be it. Here's $15 for a simple color change. Wow. Well, they got a whole bunch of different options. Now, does this allow you to change? Okay, yes, you can change the color, but can you have multiple colors? Yes, you can. So this would be your optimal if you really want to get fancy. Because the thing you want is you want the smart because it allows you to individually control the LEDs. You don't have individual control, but you can make them vary. So this is really nice. So you could pick pink and red for Valentine's, red, green, red and green for Christmas, orange and warm white, and yellow for Thanksgiving. You can basically choose the colors for the holidays. And when it's not a specific holidays, just white. But what you need is you need the LED lights that have the little stems. See how they stick out? Because the way we're going to have to do this is to have a hole going through the back panel, and that hole sticks up into the infill of the transparent letters. In fact, I might even make the letters with no infill. Just have like 5 bottom layers to make them strong enough, and 3 perimeters, and then no infill, so that so nothing interferes with the light glowing from the inside. Oh man, I want to do this so bad now. I can't. I don't have the money, but I'm gonna try. Because that would just look so cool. Even 100 is too many. I wish there was a shorter one. What about 16 feet? See, these are tapes. We don't want tape because we got to be able to stick this up into a hole. So it needs to be the little stem like that. I wonder if I can shorten that without damaging it. Like, can I cut it to length? One of these years, I want to get these permanent lights that you install on your house. Oh, that's a nice setup. With the mount built in like that. That's cool. They really don't have any short ones, huh? That's rope. We don't want rope. They really don't have any short ones, huh? I love that little neon sign. That's awesome. All right, 16 feet RGB string. Come on. Why do you keep messing with me? You're looking for a hurting. You're gonna bite you. I like biting. Yeah, but never call yourself stupid just because you don't realize something. Stupid people are the ones who think they know everything. Smart people realize, oh, I got to learn something new every time. Ooh, those are pretty. I wonder if I can cut this string down. Because I think 100's too many. I mean, you might be able to get 100 in there. Well, I'd have to do a certain number of holes per letter. Okay. I'm getting tired, so I'm going to call it quits for now. I'm going to come back to this tomorrow. So if you guys want to join me again, I'll be on here. You don't have to come here for this. I'm just going to do it just because. But I want to do this again tomorrow. I'm just my brain's getting fried right now. I'm also thinking it would be neat to make trim pieces. So a lot of them have trim like this. I've actually got a few of these. No, that's actually kind of cool. But a lot of them have they look like a picture frame like this. See how it's got like a frame around it? So it wouldn't be that hard to design. Ooh, I like the shamrock wreath. That's kind of cool. That's actually kind of neat. It wouldn't be that hard to design this to you could put a frame around this and have it screw in, and then you could change it out to different styles. That would also allow you to stiffen this up pretty nicely. And that you can even use wood if you want to add that little touch of wood to it to offset the plasticky a little bit. I'm even thinking it might be interesting to put a wood veneer on top of this. You can go cheap with contact paper or expensive with a good wood veneer, if you wanted to. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, I gotta print 2 of the puzzle pieces, see if they fit. Then I gotta experiment with printing the letters. Should I just leave them transparent? Should I put a single layer of white to act as a diffuser? I'll have to figure that out. There might even be a recycle way to add diffusion to this. For example, if you have a whole bunch of white t-shirt bags, the bags you get at the grocery store, if you got a bunch of those, you could stuff this space filled with those t-shirt bags to act as a diffuser when you stick the bulbs in. And what we would do is you would stick the bulbs in from behind. So there'd be little holes here, and you'd shove the bulb through it. And probably the easiest thing would be just to hot glue it. A little dab of hot glue to hold the bulb in. And just don't print this in black unless you want a wet noodle, or unless it's in the shade. Yeah, this is cool. This is going to be cool. And 1.8 meters is how tall. 1.8 meter, 2 feet. That is 6 feet. Perfect. Oh, this is huge. Yeah. Oh man, this thing's big. Oh, that's exciting. Wow. That means it's almost 2 feet wide and 6 feet tall. Okay, that's what I want. Big. Almost as big as me. Wow. I'm almost 2 meters tall. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. That is really, really cool. Yeah, if you got a piece of MDF, you could make 3 of them out of this. You can make 3 of them, 3 of these out of that. And just take a 4x8 sheet and cut it in thirds. Well, no, 2. You get 2 out of this. Cut it right in half lengthwise, and you can make 2 of these. But you'd have to really seal it up well so the moisture doesn't get to it. Debt collector, goodbye. Alrighty, I'm gonna scram. I'm getting tired. My brain's starting to go. They'll be going at it too long. So I'm gonna log back in again tomorrow and keep working on this because I really want to print this. This is exciting. Yeah, I like this. I really want to do the clear thing, and that's going to be a lot of work. I'm going to have to put lots of little cylinders in here to put holes into this backing board. And then separate them and put the individual holes in the individual pieces. And I'm going to make the first layer have no holes. So you'll have to drill it yourself, that last little bit. And the reason I'm going to do that is so that the bottom layer is the top layer. You're going to print it upside down. That takes like 30% off the mass. And so you really want that top layer to be perfect. If it's not perfect, it's not going to look nice. And so I do is when I'm all done, I'll take this whole thing and I'll flip it over upside down and then export the parts. And you don't want to change the orientation either because you want to make sure the fill direction is the same for all of them. To keep it looking nice. Okay. And then maybe if I feel up to it, I'll bring the printer in tonight or tomorrow morning and try to get the printer going. I gotta find my box of nozzles. I think it's in that container there. Gotta put a 0.8mm nozzle on it and go to town with it. That's it. I will see you guys later. Thank you for joining in. Where is my thing? It's here, right? Let's see. Switch back to this. I will see you guys later.